Alright. Should be either my desktop or a black screen going on right now. Don't really worry about that too much. But that'll only be about half a second. We're going to get right into this as soon as I put the link up on the Discord. Early bird bid. Okay. That's done. Honestly, I can close Discord if I really want. Alright, we're getting straight into this. 22. File 22. You would think I would learn my lesson by this point and just, like, play the game normally. And to that I say, to hell with it. If I could just die randomly in the nether anyway. I've actually had some of my best runs where I just kind of bullshit my way through the nether. Like, that last run not in the last night, but, like, the other night, to me is proof that, like, the nether is going to be difficult. It is going to suck. It is going to be maybe the make or break of this run, save for the Ender Dragon fight itself. But, like, I almost never die on the overworld half. I've had, I think, a handful of just, like, bad luck deaths. And we've only had, like, one reset where I'm just like, the spawn is just so bad we couldn't progress. That I think if I really do just gear it around getting to the nether as fast as possible and, like, gambling on my luck there, and just making that, like, the crux of the run, I think we can probably beat it pretty quickly. Or at least get enough runs done that we can find the good seed and all that. Okay. I'm trying to think. This spawn's fine. Hello everyone. Welcome. Hello Saliz. Hello Raptor Tristan. Hello Mio. Welcome all. This is gonna be the one, I swear. Wouldn't it be wild if it really was the first playthrough of the day? I mean, the first of this kind of set of streams was my first playthrough of, like, Minecraft Hardcore in a while on stream. So it's not unbelievable that I could just, like, randomly pull off the win. I find these videos or these streams really are good for talking about, like, theorizing stuff, though, for FNAF. Because it is a lot of, like, repetitive action of me just doing things, like, pretty much every time I'm mining a tree right now, I have, like, 6 seconds to kill while the tree goes down. Like, it really adds up over time. Yeah, I'll wait for people to kind of load in. Yeah, this is not about the 7 days to die. This is 7 days before Hytale comes out. At which point, I will, depending on how I feel about it, I will either continue or stop this playthrough series. Or, obviously, if I beat it, if I beat Minecraft Hardcore, then we're done. We did it. Good job, everyone. We can move on. I can figure out something to do in the meantime. And, okay, that's wool. Okay, so it seems like this is a mutton run. I should have had a thing where I take bets for what types of food I get, because that seems to be a consistent, like, not make or break thing. That's not what determines the run. It's just like I always get something. Let's see a valid explanation for William to still be alive. Honestly, I don't. This is my one problem with William being like Burn Trap in particular. It's like I don't understand what's even keeping him alive at this point. Because it's a different. It's about 50% a different endoskeleton than his original Spring Bonnie endoskeleton. He's he shouldn't have the vengeful spirit keeping him alive anymore because he's still active. One of the whole bits should be that he's kind of trapped and being tormented. He shouldn't just be like allowed to walk around again while he's being tormented. That feels like it kind of undoes the whole premise of the vengeful spirit. So, but then on the flip side, it's like, so does the vengeful spirit just leave and like let him live? That doesn't sound like it makes sense. That sounds very antithetical. Um, that's kind of why I'm starting to lean more into the idea of like it's just the mimic like parading around his body as like a new costume. Because A, that's a little darker than just he's back alive again for the 9th time. Um, and would kind of fit its character. Um, that at least like would explain to me more how the corpse could be there, could be Afton's, but doesn't have like the load bearing pressure of having to be William coming back to life again. Yeah, but that also goes to the point. Like, the vengeful spirit isn't just the person tormenting it. I mean that is largely its function in the story. But it's also the thing keeping him alive in the first place, really. Like, without the vengeful spirit, you don't have William coming back. So that once again raises the question of like, how the hell is he back? If he's meant to be back, assuming he is. Which is part of why I don't think he is, because there hasn't been a provided explanation or mechanic for that yet. And usually, when Afton does come back, there's at least an implied rationale for how. Like, go back to Random Room 1280 and how Frights handle it. It was like, oh, it's specifically Andrew keeping him alive. Likewise, FNAF 3, even when it came out, it showed his body still hanging around. Or at least that Springtrap had made it out of the fire. So, I definitely think... Oh, that was laggy. I definitely think there's something to the idea that it's either not Afton, or I guess that's just it's not Afton. Okay, so I'm going to die to a baby zombie. Or not, okay. Okay, it's going to look a little weird for a second. But, I need to go to the bathroom. And I need to cook stuff, so I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll be right back. Oop. Clicked out of the game. Alright, I'm back. Ugh. You ever have your stomach just like out of nowhere attack you with everything it has full force? That was not fun. I didn't even think I had to go to the bathroom before the stream. That's part of why I'm like, okay, well, everything's set. There's nothing I can think of that I need to do, really. Well, hopefully I'll be good for the rest of the live stream. I kind of wish... Sorry. I kind of miss when skeletons were very dumb. I wouldn't mind, honestly. This would be a cool balance feature. If, there's a mob type in the game called commander zombies, right? Or leader zombies, I think is the actual term. And they are zombies that rarely spawn with like 100 health instead of like 20, which is the normal. Or I think the health value ranges a bit, but it's like they're about 3 or 4 to 5, up to a maximum of 5 times stronger than normal mobs. Um, right. That is uh bleh. Sorry, I'm still recovering from the bathroom. Um, that ooh, iron. Um, that's like supposed to be a mechanic in the game. I think it's supposed to have been a mechanic for ages, but they never properly implemented it. It's just been kind of sitting around in the code for a while. Um, but anyway, part of why I mentioned that is I wouldn't mind if they brought back very, very dumb skeletons, made those the default for hordes, like when a ton of skeletons spawned, and just had individual, very strong skeletons for the remainder. Um, I personally think that would be a great way to balance out the whatchamacallit, the fact that skeletons feel so incredibly strong in the game right now. Like I would say skeletons and wither skeletons are the two enemies in the base game that freak me the most out, where I feel like I have the least way to prepare for them. Um, anything happened in chat while I was gone? It doesn't really seem like it. It seems like we're still on the Afton Spurn Trap topic, which is something I feel like we'll just kind of need more content to fully determine. Um, I feel like right now, like I said, I'm leaning to the idea of it being the mimic kind of wearing Afton skin or something along those lines. The exact rules of it are what I'm kind of split on. An explanation I kind of like, personally, is the idea that it's... Remember, M1's whole goal is to fix the mimic, to finish it. And I almost wonder if... just specifically when I say the mimic, I mean M2. Um, it has this kind of... somewhere between a delusion or like a... a vision in its head that it's someday M2 can be fixed and fully kind of replace David. And if that happens, everything will be right again, and they'll all be one family again. And I wonder if Burn Trap is one finished, quote unquote, version of the mimic, that exists, or is an effort to do something like that. That if the idea is they're trying to finish its personality to make it more refined rather than erratic, I almost wonder if it's a failed attempt at doing that M2 has done in the efforts to finish itself. Because we know it wants to do something with the Mimic blueprints. It tries to take it from, or at least it wants to make more of itself from the blueprints that it takes from Arnold in basically both major endings. Like, both M1 and M2 seem interested in getting those blueprints. So I wouldn't be surprised if Burntrap's existence has something to do with that narrative. And yeah, and that's part of why I don't think it's, like I said, it would be weird to make it actually William, since it doesn't really seem like that goes anywhere. Or at least seems relatively narratively hollow by comparison. Something I find really interesting about the shift in art direction of Minecraft over time is the specific style of like black borders around the items has disappeared. They used to have a really distinct like outline to almost every item you had. Now it seems more like to be a softer color of, or a darker color of whatever the base color is. So you see the stone, right? It's not black around the border, it's a darker gray. With the iron, it's not a black outline around the ingot, it's a darker, it's like a silvery darker gray. And it's a brown, like a reddish brown orange around the flesh, and so on. It's part of what really distinguishes like modern and old Minecraft, I feel like. Like that one visual change, for better or worse, really separates the aesthetic of the two. You can throw out any discussion topic. We're kind of just running around circles with the Afton topic. It's one of those things I'd argue. I mean, it can kind of be solved right now, but not in a way that matters, I would argue. Like, we can come to a conclusion, but we can't really prove our conclusion, so it ends up as a smidge of a moot point. My thoughts on the endings that aren't the clock ending for FNAF World. Honestly, I think that's part of why I can't. I mean, I could if I really wanted, but I couldn't really make a good argument that all of FNAF World's story is completely canon. Because there are certain endings that just are written in ways that don't make sense for that narrative. Like the Puppet Master would have to be a character in universe, and it's weird that it talks about like creating games and mysteries and all that. Which raises the question of who the hell is the Puppet Master? Like, who do they correlate to in the real canon? It'd be very funny, and this, mind you, this makes no sense if Andrew was somehow the Puppet Master. I mean, it fits his kind of childlike rage and frustration with everything. And it kind of fits how he wants to seemingly derail things moving on. But it would be very strange if Andrew was meant to be a sort of self-insert style character. I don't really understand how we would conclude that or figure that out, or what the real purpose behind that would even be. It seems like the spring locks are just like an old type of technology in the FNAF universe. Um, it doesn't particularly seem like they have a specific forever and always kind of creator. Maybe they were made by Henry. I don't know. But Edwin specifically seems to be trying to make improved spring locks as his thing. Which implies there were spring locks before he tried to improve them. And I am having stomach problems again. I might have to pause the stream one more time. Alright, I will... Hold on. Alright, I think I'm back. Hopefully for good. Um, alright. Ugh. This is a 40-minute stream so far, and I feel like I've been playing for about 20. That is a good question. Like, what are people's favorite videos on the channel? Shadow Sand's a pretty good one. I think there's a decent amount of merit to the idea. I mean, I phrase it a very funny way, but the premise itself, I actually think makes a lot of sense. Um, the only thing I'm uncertain of is the exact point to which Shadow Freddy comes from. But as an idea itself, I've always liked it. I think 4+2 is also my current favorite. I feel like for the first time in a while, I've had a lot of comedy balanced with an actual good theory. I feel like sometimes I struggle with either having a well-presented theory or having a theory that... Because sometimes a theory that's too good, or not too good, in quote, how do I explain this? Sometimes when a theory is too serious or requires too serious of evidence and topics, it doesn't create good moments for comedy, really. Like, it's hard to make a skit that involves some of those gags, even if I really want to have them. But 4+2, I was able to incorporate a lot of the gags and jokes and bits I wanted to have in there. Or at least that there were gags and bits in there at all. So like, I mean, there's some clunky editing in that video. I'm not gonna pretend there isn't. There's some certain lines that I fully feel like I basically flubbed, or just basically misspoke in a way that was kind of detrimental to the video. Yeah, the first Midnight Motorist one is also pretty funny, more just for the sheer false bravado I had. That video is part of the reason I stand by that I don't like making, like, lore solves videos your debut topic. Because it's like, that was just one snippet of my, like, interpretation of the lore at that time. And if I tried to base my entire timeline off of that specific view of the lore... Is that a villager hideout? Mansion? I mean, it's too close to spawn to be a mansion. Like, like I said, there's humor to that. But, like, on a real theorizing note, it's not a great first impression to have such unearned kind of confidence over an opinion or take. But also it makes for an engaging kind of reflection. Like, it's funny to look back and be like, remember when I thought I saw the lore? Because in hindsight, like, the Nightmare Fredbear connection, it doesn't make as much sense as it did in my head at the time. What did I even have as the mound? Did I have the Crying Child as the mound? That one was kind of weird. I mean, it works, but it's like, I mean, maybe not too dark, but it's like too of a... Just like a weird idea that... Is that a mycelium biome? The idea that the Crying Child will just be randomly kind of chucked in a pit and buried is kind of messed up. Like, I know William's a psychopath, but, like, that's a specific kind of weird, like, you know, I always understood William as someone, and seems to be the reinforced take for how most of his debuts and outings are before a Springtrap, is he's someone who seems normal on, like, a surface level. And then the more you interact with him, the more you see how messed up he really is, the more you understand how horrible he truly is internally. What does the year 1982 mean? I'm not sure what 1982's deal is, because it's only really come up in alternate continuities, it feels like. It's gotta be an Illager outpost, right? What am I looking at here? Oh, it's a ruined portal, okay. And a chunk of a village. Well, what do you know? Currently looking for a lava pool. Whoa! Well, I'll be damned. Wait, I'm an idiot. I'm a fool. I had a way to... It's all for naught. I fucked it up. This is like literally the perfect source for a lava pool. And I bunked it. I literally could have made the portal here. Ugh. Whatever. I mean, I'll take the... I have a ton of food now. Between this and the wheat. That part's cool. But yeah, I'll say that I'm not particularly sure if 1982 has any particular major significance yet, until we get more elaboration on what in 1982 will be related. Because it feels like the only two statements on something like Charlie's death, for example, are 1983 from Help Wanted 2, and maybe if you combine enough ideas with Midnight Motorist, you can get the year in a very specific interpretation. You can get 1987, and that's from the fuzzy dice in the Midnight Motorist card in 5 Laps at Freddy's has 87 as its main numbers, and 8 and 7 can't appear on normal dice. Like those aren't like a reused asset. They specifically made 8-7 for the Midnight Motor and Flaff. Which is very strange, because 87 should be FNAF 2's era, if anything. So we're not quite sure what's going on with that one. Let's... I guess I'll do the stone axe, and then I'll probably do the iron pickaxe in a moment. But yeah, 82 is kind of a weird outlier year because it doesn't really seem to correlate to anything specific yet. Because Charlie's death also has the 1983 correlation, and 1982's never come up in context with Charlie's death in the game continuity. And keyword, in the game continuity. In the movie, she dies at Freddy's in 1982. That's mild spoiler, but they say that, like, that's the first shot is 1982. The main villain is the puppet. If you didn't put that together, that's on you. And also, I feel like it's... I mean, I don't think it's in streaming yet, but it's about to, so I don't know. The spoilers shouldn't be that bad. Honestly, it's interesting that Secret of the Mimic finally gave us another like normal parent in the form of Fiona. Of course she dies. You can't have normal parents in fiction. Get rid of the berries. They're not really worth it as a food source. There's more iron down there, but... on the bright side of all of this, I will have a near endless amount of food and leather. The downside of this is I still haven't found a lava pool because I destroyed the only one that would have been serviceable. On the other kind of bright side of this, it's going to be nighttime soon, so I should be able to get a good surveillance. Oh, well, there we go. See? Glowing pool. We got it. I'm getting a lot of mutton despite killing a lot of sheep. I also don't really see a point in collecting wool, because I don't think it actually reduces fall damage anymore, if ever. I feel like once upon a time in like the 360 version it did. But I also feel like it's never done that in the PC ports. Hello, CrossCorp. Alright, so we have the lava pool, we have the gold. Got everything pretty much on the basic level necessary other than string for a bow. What's going on in here? Is this an actual cave? Lava. I'm not going to bother with that. I'd rather just progress to the nether. Oh, what book did you finish? Yes, I do have a Discord. You can find it on the... If you just look at my channel on YouTube, there'll be like an about... There'll be like links and stuff. One should be to my webcomic, Neon Dynamo. One should be to how to play the FNAF TCG, which was a custom, like, fan-made card game I've made. And one should be... I didn't do this right. Yeah, it's supposed to be there, but whatever. Yeah, okay. Whatever. There's enough lava. I have water here if we need it, but I don't know what I would need water for. Okay. Now, let's store a lot of the crap that we won't need in the nether. Ditch. Need that, we'll need that. Like this, but we won't need it after that. Okay. I mean, the flint's nice, I guess, to have, but I don't have a bow yet. That's nice. It is a little worrying that I don't have a lot of a lot of iron, but as long as I'm not overusing my pickaxe, I think I should be fine. Oh yeah, and Smashing Missiles apparently is BPM 187. And I don't think I've ever mentioned this, but if you lower in quotes, it's kind of not how hue works. But if you in most major art programs, there's an editing feature where you can shift the hue of something by a given number. Let's say, in this case, 87. You can enter negative 87 for the hue, and it will shift the color of something by that amount. In this case, 87 on a color wheel. But if you do that for Orange Guy's color in Midnight Motorist, 83 will also work for this, but 87 is a little further, so you get a slightly better result. He will become a kind of magenta purple color, which is kind of cool. Or at least like a recognizable, like I would call that purple when applied to William. Maybe that doesn't mean anything. Maybe that's just coincidence, but it's also a funny detail. But yeah, there is some weird amounts of like 87s and stuff like that that you can connect to Midnight Motors, which is kind of concerning and interesting. Concerning because it's harder to work with, but interesting. Another really interesting detail about Midnight Motorist is that a YouTuber called Lady Lucky Lou found that it's a slowed down or Security Puppet is a slowed down version of 240 bits per mile, which is the main theme of Midnight Motorist, which is another point to like the Charlie Midnight Motors connections, but also it's part of why I say like the 1983 connection stuff is kind of weird, or the 1987 connection kind of stuff, because that would complete like it's kind of a barrel of worms that's hard to get into with the current FNAF fandom as it is. It's a total waste of resources, but I've already done it, so I can't really take it back. Might as well use some of that extra speed I get from this process. Bed can go away. Okay, so a lot of food stocked up, which is good. Okay, so one direction, we have kind of a wall that leads nowhere. Then we got just more nether in general. Oh, that's lucky. That's not lucky. That's lucky. Okay. 69, 99, 160. I don't even know how the hell I get there. Because this is just going to drop me off into an oblivion. I guess what I'll have to do is, like, just mine this way, then have, like, a drop-off point that where I use the boat to get down to the fortress. Scary. Come on. Okay, we're almost there. That's what I was worried about. I mentioned this earlier. I mentioned that the Nether is where everything hits the fan. Loading up run 23. Okay. Well, okay, good food sources, good stone allocation. Okay. We can turbo run this. Like this will go really fast. This one won't take take very long. Yeah, this has been the story of my run so far. Like, that was one misclick. I don't know how Joy of Creation ties into anything Security Breach. I don't know if it does. I can easily see where the world where it's primarily a reference first and foremost. Rather than, like, something implicit to the lore. But who knows? I wouldn't mind if the FNAF fan games were the in-universe indie games and stuff like that. I don't know how much sense that really makes, because it feels like Help Wanted was implying there are games called FNAF 1, 2, and 3 that are similar but different to the ones we have. But it could just be another game in universe. Like, you know, if they've fully embraced the horror premise of Fazbear Entertainment at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they just made more games on their own time that feed into the horror cycle. Like, if Fazbear Entertainment has any consistent characterization, it's that they will do almost anything considered profitable. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. So, we know that whatchamacallit. We know, or we don't know, but according to the short story Help Wanted, not the game Help Wanted, that the Steve Snodgrass, the creator of the indie games in that storyline, had finished 3 games so far for the Fazbear project, and he was working on the 4th one, and it kind of fell apart as he lost his mind there. So I would not be surprised if something like Joy of Creation was that 4th unfinished game that got picked up and finished by someone else. Now, note, Steve's story doesn't Steve's story doesn't make a ton of sense in the game continuity, because according to Help Wanted, um, bleh, brain, uh, the indie dev sued Fazbear Entertainment or something like that. I feel like there was some statement like that, or there was something along those lines that was stated, which doesn't really fit the vision of that story where he's killed. Maybe Fazbear's lying. I don't know. But maybe there's something to that. Okay. One final time, I'm going to go to the bathroom. This playthrough is quickly turning into, can I beat Minecraft with food poisoning? Because that's my only guess to what's going on. I don't know why else my stomach would be so particularly upset right now. Whatever. Keep trekking through. Hopefully that's the last time I'll have to go to the bathroom. But who knows at this point. Um... Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my stomach, but... Yeah, I don't know if I'm okay, but I also don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I did not eat Taco Bell. I don't know what I could have eaten that would have caused us problems. Where the hell? There was a ravine right here. How am I building around it? There was not a ravine here. I've been bamboozled. I also don't feel like I usually actually get stomach problems from Taco Bell specifically. Like, I know that's a cliche. But I'm not really someone who gets major stomach problems from specifically Taco Bell. Not to say I don't have stomach problems, just that that's not a specific, like that. I'm not really someone who experiences that specific cliche. Okay. Uh. Yep. Gotta love the physics-bending properties of bolts. Allergens, irritants, weather changes, flu, etc. Like, yeah, there's a ton of stuff it could be. It's just something I have to put up with. I've started the stream. I want to continue the stream. But yeah, we'll just have to take breaks every now and then, I guess. Does mean I'm a little disoriented from where I am in this playthrough. But you know, this will be a funny. If I beat any run today, and I think this will make it worth it, I can title like the cut up video of the final run that really works and call it I beat Minecraft with food poisoning, or Minecraft like food poisoning edition. I wouldn't be surprised if we get like a final send off monologue from someone in the Mimic arc. Maybe not exactly in the vein of Connection Terminated. Connection Terminated kind of. I don't have enough food for this, I just realized. I might have to, like, really ration out my every resource, honestly. Like, avoid... Because fighting doesn't take a lot of hunger. So, like, if we avoid... almost every fight possible. We walk, we never sprint. Um, might be able to pull this off. As long as we eventually retreat to the surface to get more iron. Or to get more food. Alright. Um... Actually, I don't think I lost much there. God damn it. This didn't finish. Oh, that's neat. Emerald ore is such a weird phenomenon in this game because it's so rare. But it's actually not that rewarding to find an individual random emerald. Because, like, you need so many emeralds to really do anything with villagers. That you might as well just trade with them and interact with them that way. You're not, like, cheating a system, really, by finding any. I guess it just adds a natural way to acquire emeralds without needing to interact with villagers, but, like, it's really the only thing emeralds do. I'm not necessarily advocating for emerald equipment in the game. Though I wouldn't mind those as a side grade to diamonds. Maybe they're more common in certain biomes or whatever, or like it gives you more of a reason to interact with villagers. 17, 19-ish here. There's a baby zombie, but I don't know where. God, cave noises. Maybe one of the smartest, most horrifying decisions in this game's design. It's 20. That definitely polishes off the rest of the equipment I need. Problem is that's kind of all it does. I don't really have anything else going for me this run, aside from a lot of iron. Don't get me wrong, iron's useful. You can kind of never have enough iron in hardcore runs, because every one iron correlates to one shield. And a shield carries hardcore. Almost 3 a.m. here. It's about 12 p.m. here, or 12 a.m. Or it will be in a few minutes. Is it even worth mining lapis if I don't have diamonds yet? think there's an argument there that it really isn't worth it, but whatever. I wonder, does this interaction even work? I'd assume it doesn't. I think the Ender Dragon destroys normal blocks. But could you drop an anvil on an Ender Dragon to deal any amount of damage? Very curious about that. I doubt there's really any point to that as a strategy. So like I said, I think the Ender Dragon would just delete it. But maybe moving entity wouldn't be deleted. I don't know. Ooh. There is a legitimate reason to kill this spider, though. And it's near the exit. Multiple spiders, actually. Where did the main spider I was looking at go? Okay, whatever. Two. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Can't be the run where I die to an endless swarm of baby zombies. That's just one lava. Okay. What? You know, creepers are weirdly helpful in that specific kind of scenario. Okay. I have enough for a bow now. So that part of the progress is done. Really wish I could find gold. It said every miner from the year 18 something to I don't know when the gold rush ended. I don't know anything about the gold rush now that I think about it, despite the fact that I grew up in California where like the gold rush is like a pretty big historical thing. Like a lot of like the 49ers are one of our major football teams. I live in Portland now, by the way, for context, but I grew up in California, specifically. But, like, it's such a major thing, and I don't remember. I guess it must have been, like, 1849. Couldn't have been 1949. Maybe it was 1949. But I feel like the gold rush was a major reason for the colonization of the West Coast. And that feels like it should be way later. Or way earlier than 1949. So I'm assuming it's 1849 if they're the 49ers. Yeah, it's a pretty big event in general history. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if M1 is the one that pulls the Henry style, like, kill myself, kill everything strategy. That feels actually pretty in character if M2 started to really realize, or if M1 started to realize how truly bad M2 had gotten. Like a kind of wake up moment where it sees everything for what it is. Okay. Uh, Now, while I'm in this corner, I don't know what time of day it is above, but let me... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would argue if anything in the... If anything in FNAF was, like, deserving of, like, a redemption arc, M1 is a character where I think that makes a lot of sense. Oh, I just realized I can make a bundle. M1 doesn't feel... M1 doesn't feel so irrational that I don't think they could be convinced otherwise. M2 might. M2 might be just so messed up from experimentation of so many different sources on it at this point. I mean, if you think of the kind of behaviors that add up to someone being a serial killer in childhood, I would argue the Mimic has a lot of those kind of like symptoms or cliches to it of like parents who weren't quite paying attention to it, the idea of like the stunted growth of its personality, um like tragedy involving a parent early on, like a lot of like the cliche narrative stuff that I feel like goes into why someone ends up the way they do as a killer. I feel like a lot of that is present in the Mimic's M2's backstory, but not really in M1's. Really gotta grind the shit out of arrows now, because arrows I feel like are an area where I constantly fall short. I feel like there's no limit to how many arrows I should try and get. One pain in the ass for this next nether portal, though, is going to be trying to get gold before anything kills me, which I think is a very real threat. Because pretty much any large group of enemies in hardcore is a pain in the ass to deal with. I don't really know much about Grateful Dead, whatever that is, so I can't really comment. Or that's 16 arrows. Swear, I'm gonna need to get looting just to grind arrows on chickens. Alright. So major part of the run done so far. Or not major. Like, I would say the first... This is, like, I would say the first major step is getting the iron stuff. Usually that's not too bad. I feel like I haven't died in this step that often. I can get snowballs to help deal with blazes and stuff in the nether. Have you ever heard a monologue a character gives where they're like, oh, they're talking out their ass? I feel like yes, but I'm not sure what specific scenario that would be. Like, I couldn't list an example, but I know what you're talking about, you know? Well, this is food, I guess. And like I said, snowballs. More. No, I just don't get it if I do it that way. That might be something worthwhile. Keep... Oh, I've never seen that icon before. I really want out of it, though. Okay. Ow. That's something worth keeping for the nether. That's one of the only ways to deactivate fire damage. I think. Isn't that part of why this even exists, like, as an item? There's something in the cave there, but I'm not worried about it. I guess while I'm here... Let's see, how does this work? Oh, that's how it works. Not even an interpearl. That's food. That's why I was like, what? I instinctively placed down a crafting table. I'm like, I need something. I need a resource. What is the resource? I couldn't finish like the thought in my head where I'm like, that's the next resource. So I think stack of snow should work for helping me cleave through the nether somewhat. Maybe more, fuck it. Like, I really burned through snowballs very fast the last time I used them. Let's really get some value out of making an iron shovel. Which I can very easily afford to do in this playthrough. I've got a ton of iron. I think I mentioned this in a prior stream, but one of my favorite highlights of the 4+2 video is that I was able to work in the line forgotten names and faces into something. You know, FNAF. Yeah. Apparently that's the name of an album that the main musician for the FNAF series, Leon Riskin, is doing, which may or may not be the soundtrack for um, the next FNAF game, but we don't know. But I really wanted to work that line into something, and I finally had like a place to put it in the latest video, which is when I'm talking about the happiest day segment of Why the Crying Child, and then all that's happening the way it is. I don't think anyone even commented on that. Maybe it wasn't as like hyped in my head, or like in reality as it was in my head. But I don't know. I really wanted to work the line in there. And also, yeah, I agree. I think we need. I think there needs to be a bit of a, not a step back from the Mimic storyline itself, but a step back from the just free roam gameplay loop. I feel about the Mimic gameplay loop similarly to how I feel about the boost formula for Sonic, where I don't think it makes inherently bad games, but I don't think it captures what I like about the other games that I prefer in the same series, you know? Like, yes, for adapting a fast character, the boost formula is a great system. But I don't just like Sonic because he's fast. I like his, like, momentum-heavy, think with your movement kind of play style of the early Sonic games. And that allows you to go fast. Going fast is part of that. They are not mutually exclusive. But, like, I feel like the chase and survive versus sit and survive gameplay loop. Well, I'm not going to say one's just inherently worse than the other. I find that the sit and survive more interesting. So I would really like if we did like a hybrid. Because I think the sit and survive has limitations that the chase formula really surpasses. So if we pulled kind of a Sonic Frontiers, and like did like a hybrid game that kind of mixes how the gameplay loop works, I think that would be ideal, honestly. Like, that sounds the most appealing as a premise to me, where it's like, have the core knight be fit and survive. And then, let's say you get a bit of time before the night to, like, free roam, so you have, like, limited time. Let's say, like, you get there at, like, 11 or 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. And then you get, like, those 2 hours to, kind of, like, search around, grind out those, like, puzzles or whatever you're, like, think of something equivalent to, like, the happiest day minigame parts. Where there's, like, an item or something you're trying to get, or a minigame you can complete. And all that. It feels like a little bit, while it's not a sit and survive game, that kind of hybridized gameplay system is kind of what I think Into the Pits game version was kind of going for, and I would really like something like that, where it's like you have the downtime between the core night itself, and then the night itself to do a lot of your stuff. Okay. I think I'm mostly content food-wise. I feel like 40 plus others is fine. So, lava is the next major thing I need to look for. I also... It's not lost on me that I forgot to grab more powdered snow, which I'm going to do anyway. Thoughts on Fiona's treatment of Arnold? If you mean M1's treatment, I mean, it's fucked up, but it's one of those, if it got its way, I don't think it even wanted Arnold to die. I think it was just kind of throwing a tantrum in the the I would say the real ending. I know it's not confirmed that it is, but the main one where you try to escape and you go through the whole underground pizzeria, like I to me that feels like more the more like it's probably the real ending. There we go. It feels more substantial and more fully written and expanded. Uh, but uh, I feel like that was kind of like throwing a tantrum of like realizing you didn't have the full power you thought you had in the situation, and it seems like this just random asshole, if they just taken 2 seconds to listen to you, would be safe and fine and on their way while you get what you want, and now you're not getting what you want, and they're throwing their life away. Like from their point of view, it kind of makes sense to get that upset and pessimistic, and I don't really think M1's meant to be a super morally good character, just a potentially morally recoverable character, if that makes sense. All right, well, this will work. And we have the base for a portal and everything. And kind of gold. I'll have to be kind of careful about this, though. Um... So is wool flammable? Let's test that some. How do I do this? It is. Well, whatever. That means I can't really use it. I mean, I only need 4 more blocks of it. So let me like safety block off a lot of this. While I'm at this whole setup, as usual, start running furnace. Actually, while I'm doing this in general, we can burn some leaves so we don't have to waste full on the smaller amount of items. Okay, so if I do it this way, yeah, okay. Lava won't be destroyed if I do it this way. Technically not the ideal strategy. But whatever. I think I'll save the eggs. I don't really have a use for them. Gravel, I guess I'll start working on grinding that out. This should cover the helmet I need. That part's good. Now let's store this. Emerald we won't need. Bone we won't need. Spider eye we won't need. Bone meal we won't need. I won't even need a waste of flint on fighting the portal. I just realized. Okay, so food's well stocked. Boat ready, powdered snow. Got a lava bucket if I want to try and run a bastion. And I guess while I'm waiting on that, still keep on the gravel. Just one of the things I have to work on every time I'm waiting on something. Where are we sitting at? 32 is not bad. I still think it's one of those, like, avoid using the bow if you can. The bow itself is fine. It's the arrows, it's recovering arrows that scares me conceptually. That's 44 more arrows. Every flint corresponds to 4. Okay, that's almost done. It should be any second now. Snow, flint, wood, sticks. Arrows. Mostly broken shovel. Gold. Helmet. Okay. We got everything. I don't think the mimic was made up entirely. Anyone know Pokemon? Oh yeah. I enjoy a good Pokemon every now and then. I go 23, 80, 14. My favorite Pokemon's Umbreon. I know it's not a revolutionary take on a favorite Pokemon. But I mean, it's like, it's one of those Pokemon I feel like is popular for a reason, you know? Like, it kind of has sort of an earned appeal to its existence. Okay, that was close. That was almost lava death. I shouldn't have done that. Here, let me quickly do this trade. thinking that was a fortress, but it's just dark. God damn it, I'm being really dumb. Oh, it's dumber, so I guess I win. As I was saying, I'm being very dumb about my platforming and movement across this area. Well, next biome. I was dumb. I accidentally hit shift. I wanted to click back in. I need to go to the bathroom anyway. I'll be right back again. Alright. I don't know how long until the next cycle of my stomach tormenting myself for the stream, but we're going with it. We're going for it. Next run, 24. 24 is the one. Not 214, 24. Well, I do think. Oh. Oh. And an ocean behind me. Okay, there's a tree, so we're not completely dead. That was a very concerning for about 20 seconds. How did I get an oak sapling from a jungle wood? This... Huh? Is it meant to be like that? I have a feeling it's not really meant to be like that. Okay, we're doing this full, like, I don't care about efficiency anymore. We're just running this down. We're just going. Because it's always been the nether. It's always been the nether is the make or break moment of the run. Okay. I guess the wood type doesn't really matter much in this case. Just as long as I'm going to say about 30 wood, let's go for 20, whatever these trees worth, I guess. And then we'll need a food source, which I'm assuming is going to be salmon. Or not. Well, that throws a wrench into the plan. Because 20 food, I feel like, is... Maybe more than 20 food, honestly. I feel like is the minimum for really being productive. Maybe... I feel like chickens spawn a lot in jungles, right? We should be able to get a good amount of chickens. Yeah, if you ever feel bad about your company, remember it can always be Fazbear Entertainment. It can always get worse. But also, it can always get better. That's, I think, the best way to look at life. And Minecraft's crashing. Amazing. Alright. Well, if I win the run where the game crashes near the start, and I get and I have food poisoning, this will truly be an all-timer. And I have this terrible spawn. Here. Alright. 24, we're still doing it. It's playable. I swear it's playable. It lost my progress. Mm, mm, harm. Okay, we're doing 25. 25. I do find that fascinating when customers are upset at someone else for something they have no control over. I feel like it just has to be like the thing of like I am angry. I want someone to know I'm angry and I can't actually talk to the person responsible. So you're going to have to do. Cuz that's kind of how I feel if I get angry at someone for something. Like if I ever have to like replace something on Amazon or like get help for something and I've got to go through the stupid AI chatbots right now, I always go into the real person call when they inevitably can't fix my problem. Like I always get into that very angry when they don't have like the scripted thing for whatever. Because I'm just like I want like in my case today I ordered a special kind of gum and they sent me an empty package. Not like an empty gum package, mind you, but like a mail package with nothing in it. Like not even like a slip of paper, not even a receipt. Just nothing. Just like an envelope, like an empty envelope. And I looked it up and I'm like, did I get like scanned? Like, was it the wrong company? Did I do something wrong? Like, no, this is the official company. I ordered from the right place. And they just forgot to give me the goddamn gum. And I'm like, what the hell happened? How did you fuck that up? It's the only thing I ordered from you. So I'm pissed at that company in reality. That's what I'm really upset with. But I can't talk to that company. I don't have a through line directly to them. I have to talk through Amazon. So I didn't like yell at the Amazon employee or anything. I was just like, hello? But internally I'm like, what the fuck? Just like utterly baffled at how this happened. I do find it fascinating when you order or like buy only one thing or something like that from a source and it gets messed up somehow. Like I'd understand because sometimes I get really weird orders from like restaurants or I'm trying to get something very specific. And another mycelium biome. Are those more common than I remember? For some reason, I remember them being incredibly rare, and I feel like I've seen a few now. Maybe it's just because I'm loading so many worlds in that I'm seeing a lot of different things. Well, I mean, this will work. I have the food now. Plenty of food, actually. What I will need before I go down in there, though, is more wood. But, like I said, sometimes I'll get something kind of weird or, like, off the menu, because it's just, like, a way I prefer something, or it solves... Like, for example, with Chipotle. Like, I always ask for a double-wrapped burrito, if I ever get a burrito. Because the tortillas aren't particularly like, light or anything like that, but it's just like you destroy them if you put anything in them. Like they compact and like pound so much food into those burritos that like you need a second tortilla to actually make it work. So That's kind of what I'm like. But I'm not talking about something like that. I don't think I've ever had a Chipotle order messed up because you see it happen before your very eyes. It's like ordering from Subway. It's like if they mess something up, it's because you messed up your own order. You have no one to blame but yourself at like a make it then kind of restaurant. Um. However, when it's like, yeah, I want the number 5, and that's my only instruction, and they fuck up the number 5, it's like, how the hell did you mess up the number 5? Um, this is the only thing I ordered, and it's a normal part of your menu. Like I didn't order something weird off menu. Those are the times where I can be a little bit more upset about the employees genuinely, even though it's still really not their fault at the end of the day. Yeah, the AI chatbot things for work, I think, are one of the worst inventions that's probably not going away for a long time. I just don't see why a company would get rid of them. But at the same time, they utterly piss me off. Okay, before I go down there, we take this as an opportunity to get started on the cooking. I didn't mean to do 3 of these, but that might not be a bad thing. Cover 1. Let me spend the rest of this time breaking gravel. Yeah, probably the coldest take ever, but I think AI is one of the worst inventions we've ever designed. It, I cannot think of very many use cases for what it's being trying to apply to that justify its existence, as we know it. There is stuff like further down the road of the technology that I think might be worthwhile. I'm not gonna pretend it's an entirely like evil kill us all invention quite yet. But I would have just preferred if we didn't make it. Okay, that should cover me for most of my splunking. AI is not smarter than us. Do not let that be confused, because AI isn't smart in the first place. It doesn't. It's not intelligent. It is an accumulative algorithm. You could say it's smartly designed, and even then I would kind of debate you some there, but like AI itself has no intelligence. Um and on one hand, I will say on the topic of like the AI chatbot for stuff, I kind of understand where that particular innovation is coming from. because I think there is some level of truth that like there's a lot of customer inquiries that are very stupid or that should be automated. Like I feel like you should be able to just like click a few buttons and be like, replace my order. It doesn't match the size requirements I thought it would. Done. Order, like, it's refunded, sent to you, you take a picture or whatever. And like it saves people time that way. That's the kind of stuff where I'm like, okay, yeah. If it's something that's so basic a person isn't needed, I can understand like the AI chatbot, but sometimes they really make you fight for okay, fuck me. They really make you fight for like on a lot of sites to try and get past AI, and I really don't like that part. I was killed by the fact that I didn't realize there were 2 zombies there. Okay. I don't even know how you actually program a mimic AI in real life, though, is the thing. It's one of those, like, people talk about how there's not enough of a supernatural element in FNAF anymore, but, like, let's not pretend the Mimic is just basic sci-fi. I mean, it is on a minor level, but it's also, like, this is the same thing that happened with Fourth Closet, where it's like, to call it just, oh, he just made a robot that acts like a person. In the story, it's like, yeah, it's like a supernatural robot, though, for, like, how intelligent it is. It's kind of, I mean, Terminator sci-fi, but even that gets into the idea of, like, such intelligence that it's like, what's the difference anymore? Mimic's not as smart as I would say the Terminator is with the neural net processor going on. But it's a similar idea of, like, could these very same machines that seem to torment us learn to be more than that? But I would argue in the case of the Fourth Closet in FNAF in particular, it is paranormal. There's a lava pool that way, which is good. Honestly, this is a great spawn, all things considered. Because to me, it comes off less like the Mimic is a product of just good old genius invention, and more the idea of, like, literally pouring yourself into work so much that it becomes more than you. It is more analogous to that premise than it is like, oh, robots will take over us all. But there is, like, an allegory of, like, placing your faith in machinery and taking back things too late that you should have done anyway with it. Like, there's more to it. It's a more complicated topic than just evil robot go burr. Which is what one thing I really don't like. And if I've wanted to make a Mimic arc video that just summarizes, like, the complete storyline so far, it seems. And I really want to sell that part in particular, that it's like, it is on some level just a robot, you can argue. But, like, it feels to me like the story goes out of its way to make it feel like it's a bit more than that. Like, when I see, like, the drawings of, like, David and the Mimic staring out at the sunset, it's like, it feels like it's implying the Mimic could be more in the right circumstance. Whether it will or will not ever be more. The Mimic storyline in general feels like this kind of tone of, like, but only if. Like, if we if we could have just done this or this right, if I just had done, like, you know, Edwin's whole breakdown when David dies, of like, if I had just played with him more, if I just taught him more, if I had just been there more, I could have saved him and all that. And the worst part is, like, he is right in that monologue. It is about 60% his fault. I would say 75, 80%, maybe. 20% is just bad luck. Like, it doesn't seem like, you know, yeah, I would say 20% is just bad luck. It doesn't seem like there was, it's not like, oh, I bumped into the lever that killed him with the because I installed the lever that kills people, you know? It doesn't feel that deliberate. It is just like if I was more attentive, this bad scenario couldn't, like, the RNG of him dying wouldn't have been rolled in the first place. Um, you know. Well, it's an interesting run in that we have to do basically no spelunking. Almost everything I need is, like, already here. I mean, if I can get a little bit more iron, just a smidge more. Let me back off some so I can actually distribute some of these resources better. Shoop, bip, 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 bip. Okay. Where'd you go? Huh. I hear it, so it's not gonna despawn. Said this is a weirdly clean run in terms of resources, because there's that lava pool I've spotted. There's all the food and stuff cooking here. There's all the iron I have. I already have the minimum amount of iron. More or less. Bucket. Done. Then 12, 3, 15. So it's 8. Okay, I need a little bit more. Because I'm not just getting armor. I was thinking of the minimum in my head for armor. But I need more. But that shouldn't be that hard. Is there even more iron here that I'm just not seeing? just need like a few more pieces of iron is the thing that's bothering me. Come on, like, what am I missing? Get all that iron up front and none actually in the mine itself. Because I'm so close to having enough. It's genuinely just like a few more pieces, and then I could probably do the rest of the run. Guess that was just errors. I thought I got a bow there, but I didn't. I have enough for a bed, too. Oh, this'll be a fucking pain. I'm gonna die. This goddamn witch. Just trying to save the run. Come on. Poison can't kill me. It's literally just not how the status works. But god damn, it gets close. Okay, well, run barely saved. While I'm down here, I guess I'll look for the last pieces of iron I need. Maybe find my way... Oh, are you kidding me? Any hidden iron? No. This is so dumb that I had such a clean, like, little adventure up to this point. And it's being killed by a lack of, like, 4 pieces of iron. I didn't realize how steep this cliff was until I jumped off of it. There's that. There we go. This should comfortably finish off the setup. Because the pickaxe, like my iron pickaxe is pretty much unused. And that's the only thing I really have to worry about breaking in the nether. So, okay. Run back on track. Most stuff should be smelted. Not a bad way to finish off that pickaxe. Boots. That all really wore down my shield, but... Wow, you guys have such an insane distance that you notice me at. Okay, so that should... Alright, setup largely done. So one of those runs where we'll just have to get the gold in the nether, whatever. Where did I even see the lava pool? I know I saw one. Maybe that was another playthrough? Yeah, since I actually am not too... There's more iron. This might be a run where I do have to scrape together some more iron, though. I'm not really worried about coal that much. Smidge more worried about iron. No, there is lava. Okay. That or those are flowers. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Or wood could be useful. That was flowers I was seeing. Delightful. Those are pumpkins above, because that's not how lava looks. I swear, there's more iron on the surface of this world than anywhere else. Hmm. What biome I even considered in? Where is the biome? Minecraft overworld. Huh. Kind of weird how just having a water bucket is the closest thing to like having a grappling hook in vanilla Minecraft. Like if you think about a lot of the stuff you would want to use um a like grappling hook style item for, a lot of it is what like you would use an iron bucket for like scaling things, trying to like get safe anchor points from certain spaces. There we go. That's our ticket to the Nether. Today is the day of ruined portals. Okay. Yeah, I got 7 days. I don't have much to do tomorrow, really. It's a little annoying I can't really use this tool for the portal. I mean, I can't. I can't use this frame, though. It's too destroyed. Okay. Right. Okay. I wish there was a single-player command where I could like wipe chat so I could just see my coordinates messages. That starts getting annoying after a little bit. Like you can see all my achievement stuff is filling up my it's filling up my chat, and I use that to store coordinates without having to take screenshots. Glistening melons. Hey, flint's cool. Flint and steel's better. Okay. That done. No, I don't want to put that there. I don't want the lodestone. Let's start burning off some excess. Oh shit. Well, one gold block is enough. It covers what I need it for. So that got me a bit more wiggle room. Like I said, I want to burn off some of my excess resources. Don't need that. Food, always more food. I didn't get any extra string, which kind of sucks. Don't need that, don't need that. I'll keep that as emergency stuff, but I don't really need it. Yeah, if I find string, that'll be great, but... Okay. Alright. Nether prep is done. Let's check our spawn. Soul Sand Valley. Might not be bad for grinding arrows from normal skeletons. Negative 74, 79, negative 136. Cool. Piglin. Okay. But, okay. I wish there was like a parry mechanic with the shield. That would be great. I don't like those noises. They always make me think the piglins are going to like attack me or freak out, and it's just the noises they happen to make. I mean, not bad. I mean, it's slow, don't get me wrong. But this is not a bad biome to spawn in. At least not a bad layout of it. That's more concerning. I don't like the gas just being everywhere. Bad. Well, it despawned. That's cool, I guess. See, so I have like an alternate bind for F5 on my keyboard, right? That's right next to my shift button, which is why I shifted out of that whatchamacallit, the boat last run. Or not last run, but the prior run where I was in the Nether and died. Not seeing too many significant things other than like the obvious like skeletons, the red forest biome. really hope this wood doesn't burn. I feel like... it shouldn't. It really suck if it does. I'm trying to get into FNAF theorizing for a while. A lot of it, I think, has kind of bounced back to simplicity some lately. Because a lot of the... I would say a lot of the complexity in general has come from the presumed increased reliance on books for theorizing. And that's a sentiment that's decayed very rapidly lately because of Secret of the Mimic, which seems to have a continuity, which seems to confirm the books were a different continuity because its events play out so differently than how the books portrayed the Mimic. I feel like they really should have cranked up the spawn rates of nether fortresses to compensate for how much slower you have to navigate the nether now. And how much more shit can get in your way in the nether. There's my fortress. You always find it eventually, though. I feel like I've gotten better at exploring. I heard a hoglin snort. Oh, no, it's piglin snort. Here, you buddy. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Trade me that. Give me... That's a great item. That actually means I'm not... I don't like when you do those Omni snorts. Those really freak me out. That didn't get really anything of what I wanted. If fighting piglins was in any way worth it, I would have done it there. Guy snubbed me out of better trades, while also kind of just wasting my time. Um, let's see. Does this burn? And I feel a bit more willing to do this, considering I have the fire resistant potion. Yeah. I personally would say that it feels like FNAF has drawn a distinction that the books are not meant to be the end-all be-all of lore at this point. That's not to say they have no relevance to the lore, as much as to say I don't think it's the point anymore if it ever was. Okay, this is another segment. Let's hope we get lucky. We just find a good isolated blaze room. I need more materials. Yeah, it doesn't seem like this would. That was all my arrows. That's very concerning. I might have to use my entire... Well, that sucked. That completely changes my confidence in handling the fortress. I'm gonna have to very quickly stock materials. Alright, so I got no spectral arrows. I don't have enough gold for, like, most worthwhile things. God, they need to give you feathers in the nether, I think. I think that's the last major resource for, like, fighting things in the nether that they really don't give you any good way for. Because they've given you food, they've given you trades, they've given you ways to get iron, they've given you a base material in the form of gold, which I guess for the sake of the nether kind of replaces copper. Like, they've given you a way to do so much of the progression of the game. Except for... it feels like a fast way to get arrows. Not a way to get arrows at all, but like an efficient, like, I want to hunt like phoenixes or whatever and get feathers that way. In general, I actually think more ways to get arrows quickly would be something I would appreciate. I guess you get arrows multiple ways. You get them from skeletons, you get them from trades. I guess I'm kind of complaining about nothing, but I think a phoenix enemy, regardless, would be, like, cool for the nether. Okay, especially if it drops, like, cooked chicken, which would be, like, a funny gag. Gives you an achievement called, like, taste like chicken. Okay. Looks like there's a spawner right here. Okay. Let me box myself in and prepare for... the main madness. I'll have that on standby. I'll need another shield on standby too. In fact, I think I'll switch this out You guys are very loud. That... okay, whatever. Okay, there's police behind me. I gotta do this quickly while I'm on regen time. Okay, you guys are basically just zombies now. I just need to worry about your actual hits, not the fire. This is honestly not what I wanted to happen. This will work, but... Fuck! I meant to block with my shield, but it plates an item instead. Well... 26! 26. Cave, animals. Okay, that will work. Fast as possible. Fast as possible. Come on. Yeah, that's... I've just had to lament this, like, okay, 6-7 exists, whatever. I'm not gonna participate. in the meme. I'm not gonna try and stop it. I just don't care. It elicits no major emotions from me. Really, other than okay. Whatever makes the kids happy right now, I guess. Because to my knowledge, it doesn't have like a secondary meaning. It really is just one of those like the way someone says something, you know? It's almost more like the self-perpetuity of the meme itself is the joke of like, you know, it's kind of like Tide Pods, where it's like there wasn't actually a big epidemic of people eating Tide Pods. It was something like the media had basically made up based on like one or two isolated incidents. And that caused it to become like a real thing. Was like, oh, well, if people are eating Tide Pods, I better get in on that. That's the new thing. Yeah, there's plenty of cake. Yeah, this is actually a good spawn world overall. Like, this is a lot of food around. Some good cave access, it looks like. Like, it seems like there's a huge cave, like, right under here. I wonder how many kids got really into saying 6-7 just because it confused so many adults and people around them. You know, I wonder how much of that's part of the meme, actually. Because there is a kind of euphoria of, like... Not euphoria, that's a way too strong of a word. There is kind of like a humor to people not getting something. You know, it's like to apply it to FNAF. Like, the reason Map Pack goes on such weird tangents about like how strange something in FNAF is because it's funny. It's like it's something that often makes sense to you in a specific like context or like a fandom kind of vacuum. Can sometimes seem so weird and strange out of context, and often is strange even in context, but like you've already got through the barrier of how we got to this point, you know? So you don't feel the weirdness as much. But, like, the fact that so many people haven't seen whatever the original video is, and I haven't even seen the original video, I just know there is an original thing, is, like, what makes it so weird. Or is what makes it, like, so strange to, like, not know the appeal of it, because it just is like one of those classic kind of Vine sense of humors where it's just like the way someone says something, the way it's expressed, you know. I made that way more risky of a play than I needed to. But like I said, I kind of want to just go and get this run done. Like, I found that I tend to find a lot of the stuff I need by the time I get to the Nether, so I don't need to be as picky about having everything. And I have escaped the Nether without even full iron armor. So it's like, it is just about like the right scenarios in the Nether or lack thereof. Yeah, I agree. My kind of gripes with the books is it doesn't feel like there's a consistent guide to how you're really meant to interpret them. And I understand that's like on some level there shouldn't be. There should like it's a mystery series. It's part of the FNAF experience, and I think a lot of people try to treat this as a negative, and maybe you don't have to like it. But when people are like, FNAF is just a jump scare simulator, it's like you can say that about so many horror games, and B, it's like the lore that people often make fun of is what's kind of unique about FNAF, that it's built out this world and all that that's so interesting to pick apart, and it's like it's a series that expects you to do that, which I think is part of what's interesting about it. Like the internet, I feel like has always wanted to overanalyze stuff. As many people don't understand that, like it feels like it's just giving people it's almost more a conspiracy theory simulator, if that makes sense. Like it allows people to like speculate on the smallest of details in a way they often couldn't in another show or series. And if you try to take that away from the experience, I feel like that's part of why some people just don't get FNAF, is like that they are missing that enjoyment and energy of like, oh, but these things don't line up, so therefore it can't be this and all that. Like, and sometimes the puzzle itself that we're all investigating isn't great. I'm not going to pretend every attempt at the puzzle and every clue is great or rewarding or perfect. But at the same time, it achieves something that I think a lot of other series try to do, but in their efforts to fix those elements of FNAF, don't really pull off. Like, I get this kind of energy sometimes that Poppy Playtime not only wants to hit the same market as the FNAF experience and fandom kind of is in, but kind of wants to be almost its own take on the world and kind of story of FNAF sometimes. At least that's kind of the energy I get from it. Is that really all that got? Like it doesn't want to just like be its own thing. It wants to it feels like with like Elliot Ludwig, he almost feels like another take on William. And I feel like Joey Drew in Bendy also kind of feels like that, but I don't know. Joey Drew ended up feeling more like a different character than William did in the long run. I think he seemed more like William before we had a good grasp on William's character and before we had a good grasp on Joey Drew's character. But Elliot Ludwig almost feels like how like FNAF VHS wrote William so far. Like it feels kind of like that, if that makes sense. Yeah, like but that's a whole other tangent. I'm not as into the theorizing world of Poppy Playtime. I'm not really into it at all. Like I actually, well, shit. I don't mind the Poppy Playtime like universe or anything in particular about it. To be clear, it's like it's not like a it's not really like a problem with the series itself. It's Um, it's more, how do I phrase it? It doesn't scratch the itch that FNAF does to me for how it builds its world and stuff. Like, when people say it's like they don't like Security Breach for various reasons of like it doesn't feel like FNAF, and that's the only way they can phrase it. It's like Poppy's doesn't, not only does it not feel like FNAF, and it shouldn't, it's a different series. But what it is, what that different series is, doesn't scratch the same, like I said, doesn't scratch the same itch that FNAF does for me for theorizing. I don't feel like I can have like the solving a 7-year-old mystery feel that FNAF genuinely can pull off because it's old enough to do that, and the clues were there long enough but undiscovered long enough to get you that same output, you know? Poppy's too young, it's too ongoing for one singular storyline. Because I would argue a lot of the chapters aren't complete stories. I mean, they kind of are. But, like, each FNAF game is a different game. There's more of this ongoing variety. It covers more time in universe, which is a really interesting dynamic about all of it. That's something I think Poppy Playtime really lacks, is there's a few key moments in time. There is a timeline to track, but like this it doesn't cover that decade spanning mystery that you feel like you're also a part of in the form of the security guard characters, you know? And they tell you a little bit too much. It's the other side of the coin, I think, to FNAF's lore. It's, since you know so much about this world and the exact dates and the wins, and so many characters and things do just directly tell you how certain things manifested and came to be. It's like you often aren't left wondering when something happened, like with Sister Location. And there's advantages to that. I think a lot of people like that more. It makes it more approachable. But sometimes something being more approachable, while people say that's what they want, and there are some things I think should be more easy to understand in FNAF. I've complained about plenty. But, like I said, the fact that Scott didn't just tell us the name of the crying child at any point, but made it theoretically possible if there is another solution to the logbook that we're just missing, for example. That's interesting. Like that we weren't just given the name for free. Like we didn't. It would feel unearned to me, you know. And maybe we have been given it and we just didn't realize yet. But that's, once again, that's something that only FNAF can really pull off. Or at least the series that can pull that off hasn't happened yet and will probably get criticized to hell if it tries to exist. Because it isn't FNAF. And it's been too long since FNAF started to make that startup phase, to get past that initial hurdle, available for a lot of people. Okay, we need 3 more iron per bucket. There's diamonds down there, that's neat. Gold down there too. How do I even deal with you? God damn it, there was no way out of that. And for being a more standard horror game, I think Poppy is fine. I think it's just a little concerning that not concerning, but I think it's often treated as the successor to FNAF that it really isn't. It's not even close to how the story is expressed. Like I said, it feels like it understood a lot of the complaints about the FNAF storyline, but didn't actually know how to fix the problems. I would love someday, and I don't know what I would even attach this story to try and cover that feel. That idea of, like, not to say my own FNAF, but I guess my own FNAF, where it's like my own story that's a horror series, or just like a mystery series that spans a lot of time, that genuinely would try to, like, improve upon the quirks and short-sighted nature of some of the early FNAF decisions and all that. I could say like a FNAF remastered kind of thing, but I don't know if I want to do that. I feel like a lot of remaster projects, that a lot of people like them, but I feel like they often wouldn't be as... How do I... There's another thing I'm trying to figure out how I even phrase this. I feel like they kind of miss the point with how they remaster the storyline some. Like, they become appealing because they get to tell their story in an unambiguous way. So they just get to create fan fiction with the FNAF characters. And because that's easier to follow, you get the full merit of the story that's inarguable. Whereas, for all we know, the FNAF story could be just as good as those fan rewrites. But because people say it's unsolved, or that we don't know it for sure, it gets cut off as, well, that's just a theory, that's just headcanon. Even if it might be intent. That's my kind of gripe with it, is like, it's often only better because of the circumstance of how the rewrite is presented, not because it would have done better necessarily if it was released that way. But that's kind of one of those, well, I don't know. That's why I say I would rather do like an original project than a FNAF remake. I'd rather try to get things right from the start so people don't know all the answers, so they have to figure it out slowly. Put like pressure into... Whoa, this is a huge vein. Holy shit. 18 iron vein. That must have been 2 veins that, like, spawned together. Is that a... What is this? Oh, they're tropical fish. Yeah, sometimes I think people take the mystery granted element of things for granted. You know? Like, they want to have the answers, and because they don't have the answers, they insist something isn't good, or that it's doing something wrong. And then when they get the answers, sometimes they'll be pissed anyway. Because I guess the answer wasn't the one they wanted it to be. And then they'll be like, oh, the good old days of FNAF before the mystery was added to and people had more lore to work with. And it's like, you can't complain about both. I know I'm kind of proposing a bit of a Goomba fallacy. in this specific scenario here. But it's kind of what I'm just saying. Like, I feel like there's a merit to both a mystery and a resolution. And that's fine as long as you balance both. I mean, I have enough iron, right? So that's 8. 7 for the leggings. It's 15, right? 4 for boots. 19? Let me... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's technically enough. So how much in total is this? This is about 25 seems like the amount I really need. Do I even bother going further? Yeah, sure. I don't have any food, though, which is a concerning element. Hello there, General Kenobi. I don't even know what I would make a FNAF of my own about, is the thing. I feel like I don't have a premise as instantly, like, grippable as kids were murdered, they haunt the robots of the place they were murdered in. Like, that part of FNAF's so simple to get. Like, and that's kind of a make or break for a lot of people. It's like, if they can't understand that part, they typically won't understand, like, anything else of what the series is trying to be or convey. So there's gold there. I think the glowberries can be used as food, right? I feel like they can. Can you, like, right-click these? Yes, they can. I didn't need to break it. So plenty of iron. Very little gold. You can get gold pretty easily, though. Wow, this is so much iron. This must be a biome quirk. Oh yeah, Mike being the bite victim. Truly a quirk of a... There are so many interesting eras of theorizing that are caused entirely by MatPat in particular. Like, misinterpreting a pretty basic facet of the lore. Diamonds, really? I didn't think we were at the elevation for that, really. That scared the shit out of me. Yep. Yep. I mean, this isn't enough food, but or really enough of most resources, but it will do. So we have a metric shitload of iron. I honestly should stop mining it at this point. We have about a diamond. I guess we'll make that into a diamond sword. So I know I said that you never have too much iron, and I agree with that mostly, but once we're into like this much overflow, I don't really know what to do with it anymore. Other than repair and replace the iron I have. I haven't even made a shield yet. That's how, like, that's how lacking in danger I've really felt. Yeah, these are only one, so I need to go to the surface for food. Which I can do pretty easily. Chooch, chooch. Boop. 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 Yeah, honestly, the whole Michael being anything other than the brother was kind of a silly era. Because, I mean, to be fair, people thought it was confirmed. It wasn't just like a typical theory to a lot of people then. It was specifically a reading of the survival logbook that misunderstood, or rather just missed crucial information. And then Game Theory made a whole video with, like, built around that misinterpretation. And it completely fucked everything. This is part of what, like, I mentioned before. I don't like debut videos that try to do the whole lore for reasons like that. If you fuck up or misunderstand one thing and have a really good timeline otherwise, but it's built around that one fuck up, then it kind of just makes everything messier than it needs to be. And often, I think, puts you at risk of becoming the whatever theory person, like oh, you're the Hytale person. Like, you can only interpret it as the White Victim tormenting Michael. That's your storyline. That's your theory now. And it might make sense in your own head until you realize, oh, but you missed the Nightmare On dialogue. And stuff like that. Like, I feel like stuff like that really adds up across the experience. This might be a bedless run. Sucks, because I need a bed to avoid phantoms. Fucking, I knew it! I was trying to... I hate that they deal so much damage. I mean, MatPat hasn't made theories in a bit, so I wouldn't blame people for kind of clicking off. Because honestly, whenever I occasionally check in on game theory stuff just to know what the videos are like about, I'll give this one more run for tonight. So that was a good run. It just was screwed over by the bad night section. Whenever I check in to see like what's the new take or whatever that's being added to the lore, it often is like, what? But not in a good way. Not like a good, like, oh, I never thought of that. It's like a, how the hell could they even come to this conclusion kind of take. Gooseworks kind of summarized it best when talking about the amazing digital circus theories that a lot of people were spreading around, of how it feels like a lot of people don't try to interpret a story as what it is. They interpret a story as what would be the most shocking, like, whoa, that kind of reveal. Like Jax is an NPC for Amazing Digital Circus. It's a total example of that. It's like it doesn't really make sense in the plot at all to do that. It only makes sense if Digital Circus was more akin to Murder Drones, where it was a more like lower mystery, like it wants you to discuss it and get into the theorizing headspace and fandom and all that. I really respect MatPat on like a legacy level, and I think there are a lot of older theories that are genuinely really good, but somewhere around, I don't know if this is a Tom thing or not, but somewhere around the Help Wanted era, it felt like the takes on the lore got less and less stable, for lack of a better term. Like there wasn't a consistent thing to kind of walk back to. It felt like almost every video was like a reset. Like we weren't building lore, we were, or you couldn't even know what was consistent between videos, I guess is what I'm saying. Like I still don't know what MatPat's take on the stuffing of the kids is. It felt like that in particular changed so much throughout videos. And it's a minor detail. You can argue it doesn't change much to know or not know. But like I don't know if I honestly don't know what the hell the real take on Security Breach even is anymore. Like I don't know what the definitive take is for game theory in most regards. Like are we still doing Glamrock Freddy as Michael? Or was that dismissed? Was that swept under the rug? Are we still doing the Mimic is Baby? Or was that swept under the rug? It wasn't received very well. Like, are we still doing Gregbot? Or have we ditched that storyline? Like, it's no wonder people think FNAF got really lazy or inconsistent with the lore, because in a way, game theory kind of did. They didn't ever set their foot down to be like, this is the lore, this is our take. And they tried to do that with the official timeline. But that timeline was made before Ruin came out, and was based on the idea that Miss Afton was reconstructing the Afton family in the modern day. So it's clearly, like, way aged poorly in that regard. The first half of the timeline's fine. It's around the 30-year timeskip where stuff gets messy, with, like, Michael constantly burning locations down. That era of stuff I don't really understand where that conclusion came from, other than the hunch of Michael seeing burned characters because he had burned them before. I need a food source, please, game. I can't hunt pandas, and I can't eat bamboo. That'll do. I need more than this, though. Yeah, I think that's might be a good way to phrase it. It's like, on one hand, it is cool that they are reassessing lore and really taking new ideas into account. On the other hand, since they do that every video, it means there's a lot of just common sense lore being taken for granted that's not being communicated to maybe the largest theorizing fandom that there is in FNAF. And you can see like the effect on this in some ways in like the respective fandom corners, because like I think a lot of Reddit posts and theories are not that great in general. There is still a lot of that I want to stand out by making a weird claim kind of takes. I feel like I see a lot, but the game theory or Reddit theories in particular, at least the ones I get recommended, are such like either very basic questions from people who are very clearly like just getting into the lore and wanting to ask around, which implies once again that game theory is not doing a good job at conveying the basics of the lore really. Like those are questions that shouldn't have to be asked in a lot of cases. But also, but on the other extreme, they're a lot more like zany, weird in a lot of regards. They're like, is the moon the reincarnation of William Afton and Glitchtrap that is actually M1 who hijacked and brainwashed William back in 20... I don't know, not 20, it would be 19-something, 1982, let's say. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, I feel like the rise on that happening has increased over time. Because the base theories that they've been told to like work off of are like that. They reward that kind of mindset in many regards. And while I don't hate FNAF the YouTuber in any regards, I want to make this clear before I say anything more on the topic. I feel like his theories also have a bit of that, where they're a little too spitbally without lampshading the fact that they're spitbally. I would say I would never put solved in a title of something unless I was positive that I was right. Or unless I felt like it was a very safe, believable take. 71, negative 1, 1. Wow. Okay, so we have that found. I guess we have food technically, but it's not good food. But whatever, this will work. Have I only just... I've killed 5 chickens and I just now got a feather. Alright, I'm gonna do the dumb thing. I'm going down until I find a thing that progresses the file. The save file. Oh, this file's dead. Okay, I think I'm done for the night. Fine run. It ran short on food. Never got iron. Yeah, I just don't like the idea of solved. I understand why it exists in thumbnails. I understand the whole like I solved the lore because I have a cool idea that I think might have potential. But I think I would say if solved, like I almost considered calling 4 plus 2 solved. Um, I was this close to calling it that, but I had some hesitant. I was hesitating a little bit because I wasn't sure if I was jumping the shark on it at all or not. Um, because I feel like it loses meaning when you call every video solved. I would rather if you wait until you have a big timeline video where it's like I'm getting to this point where I almost want to do a timeline video where I incorporate a little bit of everything. But I'm not quite there yet. There's still sister location really is the last major thing that cut me off from just making a timeline video, like a full storyline video. And it's for a few reasons. There are certain things that feel like they go against each other with sister location a lot. This is a smaller detail, and I'll bring up my visual to kind of explain something a little bit more. Let me turn off display capture for a moment, so I can pull this up, so I can visualize something that I go back and forth on a lot with specifically sister location. Where so specific file I'm looking for. There it is. This is the map indicator in the private room power set. This image to me is maybe the most frustrating part of the sister location lore, because there's pretty much no good rule of thumb that really applies to almost any section here. Okay, for starters, the basic security office is scaled to the same size as the nightmare room, which is scaled to be slightly larger than a house, like this individual room and corridor, which kind of makes sense. And then this house is larger than Fredbear's Family Diner. And for some reason, it connects to Circus Baby's gallery. Why? And also, why is this shit grayed out based on the current lore? If the Nightmare Room really is like part of the bunker, like Dittophobia made it sound, why is it grayed out, which would when other shit is grayed out? Like, what's the same thing between these two that makes them both grayed out compared to the rest of the bunker? Because if it was elevation, like a lot of people thought it was elevation for the longest time. These are things above ground. This is where they are above ground. It's just a marker for where they are. It's not literal. Okay, fine. But then why did Dittophobia have this on the same level as all this? Or are we implying this household is above ground? In the real lore, Dittophobia just changed it for convenience. That's the kind of elements I don't understand with all of this. The other idea I thought of was that it's grayed out because it's no longer in use. Like, these are shut down things. But the most concerning idea, the third idea, is these are indicators of like unintended, or I don't know how to phrase it. The worst idea I can think of is that they're whatever these two things are is that they're the same. They're like observation 1 is the same thing as observation 2, which would imply this is also a nightmare room scenario, like this is, and like this is. However, it's like, what the fuck does that even mean? What is the point of that? Like, what about the crying child story are we implying was a nightmare experiment, and why? Aside from Michael, or aside from William just does fear shit now, aside from him just being a scarecrow now, why do that? What does that add to the story? What does this even clarify or explain? And why connect it to the bunker? Sorry, I'm ripping apart a thing in frustration. With the nail clipper, because I need to clip my nails at some point. That pisses me off. Because there's pretty much no good reason for this map to exist the way it does. If gray means elevation, this should be white, and this should be white. Since it's not, this implies these are 3 separate above ground households. And that bothers me. Because then it's like, then Didophobia is just wrong on that random element. And how many elements is it just randomly wrong about then? If it's not right about stuff as basic as what the animatronics if it's not right about what the fucking household is, what else can be wrong about it? And it's the only thing that explains the dot markers for the animatronics here. This pisses me off. Like I said, the best explanation I can come up with is just that it means it's no longer in use. The white parts are what matters in the bunker layout. These are like condemned, no longer in service. The connector's still weird. I don't understand the connector. That said, something interesting did cross my mind here. Two animatronics on stage. It's connected to Circus Baby's rental, specifically Baby's room. Also, what does the connection mean? Sorry, before I finish that thought, what does this mean? What is the point of this line? Is this like a staircase? An elevator? Because they're in these two are in the same shape. Like, this is the same layout. Like, is this are we saying that there's an elevator from Fredbear's Family Diner to Baby's? Are we saying this is an elevator to this? What the fuck does this mean? And why is plush trap? Why are there 5 plush traps? What are the other 4? Sorry, I know you probably can't see my mouse. Let me zoom in to clarify. Why are there 4? Why are there 4? Why does this? What is this line? Why is there a line here? Is there an elevator between these two? If there's an elevator, why can't Baby just leave anytime she wants? Are they vents? Why are there vents? I don't get what this was meant to convey to us, aside from Circus Babies is related to the FNAF 4 plotline. Connected to the room? Yeah, but in what way? Like, are these... If this is above ground, what does this look like, really? Because it's smaller than even the vents themselves are. This is a vent. For reference, this white box here, that's a vent. So, Like, what the fuck? What is so small that connects these two? And that's kind of why I think it's an indicator towards like an elevator. But then there should be one here. There should be an elevator indicator here. Maybe it's a smaller vent thing, like in FNAF 3? Maybe. And then there's the road map. That's also weird. Like, why do you map the road here? Do you own the road? Yeah, there are different vents in FNAF 3. So, this does that does kind of imply it's a simulation, but what even is the simulation? Because the Dittophobia experiments, those are about like isolation and reliving the same day over and over again. What was the bite victim's experiment, even if he was an experiment? That to me feels like it doesn't have an explanation even. And if it is a recreation, why even bother recreating the road? Why not just stitch this like up here directly down here with like just like straight line. Don't bother building the road. My only guess is Scott wanted to convey that this whole thing. Oh, I can actually kind of show my mouse this way by dragging the image. That's a funny workaround. That this whole thing was underground near the FNAF 4 household. It really is weird that these two are the same thing. You know? This has an extra room and this has two little extra rooms, but this is the same thing here. Like, these are the same layout. But you can see them separately. If you're in the office here, you can see this layout. But if it is vents, what's the point? Is the point to funnel nightmare gas? Like, it's a small, like, almost like a tube that funnels gas in from place A to place B? That might be an explanation that I think about. That's a fourth option on the table. That these are tubes, like, smaller than vents, something that animatronics can't even fit in, that connect the gas to each one of these rooms. But also, the gas thing wasn't explained very well. Yeah, well, these two make sense for why the gas would be pumped that way. I'd argue that these two presumably would fill up these whole rooms. I don't know why there would be gas at Fredbear's, though. Unless, this is something I was going to say earlier, but I kind of forgot. Is it possible that Fredbear's on this map is Circus Baby's Pizza World, not Fredbear's anymore? Which really adds to the Fazburger theory. But, like, hear me out. If it's Fredbear's and 2 plus 4 theory is correct, that would mean Freddy's 2 isn't open yet because it's not on the map. Or this would have to be a recreation, or this map is just that old. Which all gets to the same point. It all gets to the point that either this isn't really Fredbear's, or FNAF 2 hasn't happened yet when this map was created. Um, yeah, I don't know why I'd be in Balore's gallery. I'm just spitballing at this point. Um, but let me finish my Circus Baby's Pizza World. Like, let's say it's Circus Baby's Pizza World. Um, right? Then you have Baby and let's say Ballora. Or maybe the Springlock suit. The Springlock suit's not anywhere else on the map. So let's say it's the Springlock suit. It's Baby and the Springlock. And that's their first location. That's the prototype location, right? It runs its course, gas is flooded in to get people to leave, and gets it shut down. Grayed out, no longer in use. Grayed out, it's all done. And now we have them all in the correct locations. In the updated bunker with where it's like all been refined and fixed. The only problem is that with that is that means like half the locations in the series are Fredbear's Family Diner, which is annoying. But like it would fit timeline wise with the Springlock suit being around the events of the MCI, because if Fredbear's isn't the same thing as FNAF 1's location slash the 1985 Freddy's location, then that would mean it could have been opened at the same time. And that would fit the multiple simultaneous Springlock failure dialogue and all that, and it was only open for one day, yada yada, too dangerous. That would place Baby's death around the time of the missing kids, maybe a little before, maybe a little after. And then that gets place closed down again, and that gets bought out for Freddy's 2, which is unnecessary and stupid, but it is a complete timeline that uses like the full lore up to this point. The more likely and I think simpler solution is just that it's grayed out because it's not used anymore. Like, we're not using the Nightmare Room anymore, so it's done. It's grayed out. We're not using. We don't live in this household anymore, so it's grayed out. It's done. We don't own Fredbear's or whatever. We don't use the Nightmare Experiment, so it's just done. It's gray. Who gives a shit? This is just a marker of like where it was or what used to be. I could even see a thing where this is no, because you can still access the cameras watching it. It would have to be an old recording, which there's no. When you watch an old recording on like a CRT or something like that, there's usually an indicator of that. Yeah, welcome someone. Name someone. Took me a bit to read the name as all one word. I think I preferred the grayed out explanation of it's just old. It makes more sense. It's more intuitive. It doesn't require a lot of assumptions on the lore. I feel like some people would have an issue with that. But also, I don't know what else to say. Like, it doesn't feel like there's a clean other option. It doesn't feel like there's a way to get it opened at the same time as Fredbear's Family Diner. And there's no easy way to have the bite victim go through his own nightmare scenario without a ton of off-screen events that don't really add anything to the story. Yeah, all the gray dots look about the same size. I think they're all the same asset pasted over everywhere. Like, if they are different sizes, it's so subtle I can't tell with the naked eye. This part really does bug me. I genuinely don't understand why there would be 5+ traps. And I don't understand what other characters there could even be 4 of. I guess mini arenas aren't on the map, but they would be here. They would be part of this dot. Yeah, everything gray is either no longer Zafton's or he's no longer using it. Like it's out of service, it's decommissioned or blocked off. I think that's how I would take it, which would also imply that they don't live in this household anymore, which kind of lines up with some general theories and speculation anyway. It is a kind of different gray. This is darker than either this or this, which is kind of interesting. That could imply. Let me pull up in Clip Studio just to confirm this. It's subtle, but it does seem like it is a different gray entirely. Here, let's get a good sample of that. Let's get these all side by side. Let's get the good core gray. Yeah, these are all different colors. So they are different things. They're not the same thing as either of these. So whatever this is, it's not just another part of the map. It's some other symbol, basically. Yeah, I guess it could be. If it is a nightmare scenario, it's like an imagined thing. Okay, you can see that. So that'll be a good indicator where I'm looking. It could be, yeah, that in the nightmare scenario. Are these the same gray? These are the same gray. That's weird. I'm assuming this is reused, though. Because these aren't the same gray. Okay, anyway. I could, yeah, see that where it's not actually 5 animatronics. They're 5 props that the gas makes you think is running around. Yeah, it is the same animatronic ray. But I also think the animatronics are the same white as... Yeah, the animatronics are the same white as the boxes. So that doesn't surprise me too much. The fact that the darker gray for the tunnels, though, is weird. That would imply they are something unique. Because it's all of them. It's not like... You can see pretty clearly when I go to every single one of these, they are all a darker gray than the respective color next to them. So this is consistent. Like every single one of these was drawn this way. Which implies to me there is an intent to them. Yeah, the white's meant to be represent where a person is. Sorry, I misspoke there, but you get the point. It's like the white for the person markers. It's the same. So I'm assuming the dots are just there for that. Which could this could reinforce the idea that these are all just markers of what's physically above each. Like what this line is saying is it isn't saying there's a tunnel connecting these two. It's saying this room is above or below this room on the other level. Does this allow me to check if the boxes are the same size? Yeah, I could do that pretty easily. Ruler. Let's see. Looks like that's about 3 pixels. 3 pixels. Three pixels. Yeah, they're all the same size. Let me get another one for just consistent sample sizing. I'm going towards like where the solid gray is in the middle. Yeah, they're all the same. Yeah, let's check out white box too while we're at it. Once again, I'm going for the solid white for consistency. Yeah, they're all the same size. At least if we go off the same metric, because it's a little hard to determine these fuzzier edges. If we include that, then they're 4 pixels roughly, 3.5. Um, well, they're actually millimeters, but whatever. You get my point. Um, it's not the same gray as the backgrounds. I don't think. Oh, I'm on a ruler there. Hold on. Yeah, no, it's not even the same gray as the background. Yeah, nope, they're different. Yeah, the fact that they are markers for where someone's supposed to be is interesting. Because it is true that they aren't there for here. If I pull up the original image, it is true that there's not a marker here. There's not a marker here. It implies there are some there, something else like the animatronics that are like an attraction to watch. But it's also interesting that no one else in the household has a marker either. That's also interesting. Which would imply, because you would think if he was just monitoring the whole household, the girl, right, the girl's room and this room or any other room should also be accounted for. Hmm. Why aren't they being studied? Hmm. What was special? What was special about the crying child? Just that he needed more observation. Just he needed more attention. What makes him so special? Could be bias. Could be like I said that he just takes more attention, so he needs his own surveillance or whatever. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Um, I think that's all I really have much to say. Yeah, it does kind of imply there's not like an easy way to traverse the bunker normally. Duck shape? Oh, I kind of see it. Like if this is the if this is the body, and then this is the head, then this is the beak. I kind of see it. Yeah. I wonder if it is camera placement actually. No, because they would appear elsewhere on the map if there was cameras. So it has to be like a person of interest to watch. So I think it is just like the crying shell was just more fixated on, more focused on, for whatever reason. Which doesn't like break the timeline or anything. It's just like an interesting observation that for whatever reason he required